Okay, I've never played Metroid Prime 4 before. I know as little about it as humanly possible. I've tried to avoid all pre-release information about this game. I do know that it had a troubled development, that like one dev was working on it and then Nintendo saw their output and hated it and like completely restarted with I think Retro, right? Which isn't a great sign. I like Metroid. I think I like the concept of Metroid more than I like actual Metroid for the most part. Like I think Super Metroid is perfect. Metroid Zero Mission and Fusion are pretty good. Metroid Dread actually was really, really, really good. I think the Prime games are okay, but I think that Prime 1 is the best, and 2 is a little bit worse than 1, and 3 is a little bit worse than 2. So if that's the trajectory, I'm a little worried about this one. Yeah, it's fine. Performance, please. But I didn't really like that 3 was, it felt like 3 was really moving away from what feels Metroidy to me, and Dread was really impressive in the way that it kind of went back to the roots, in my opinion. I think it's fundamentally harder to do Metroid in 3D. I think it just works better in 2D, so I already think the Prime games are just okay compared to the 2D Metroids, but I also don't know if the audio balance is right. It's probably a little quiet right now. Turn it up a hair. Once we start and get gameplay, let me know if it's too loud. I'm going to turn this up a little bit brighter than recommended. Just people have different monitors. Dual stick fusion. Oh, interesting. Let's not do mouse controls. Normal's probably fine. More settings button. Probably for the best that they restarted development with a different dev, but I haven't really played too many games where that ended up working out. Psylux and his army of space pirates launched a series of attacks on Federation research facilities. Okay. Once we start, I had a problem recently where the Switch kept insisting on switching to a like surround sound output, which meant that the entire center channel was excluded. So I'm just gonna double check my Switch settings once I get a chance to pause to make sure that that is not the case. It happened like halfway through the Donkey Kong Bonanza stream. It was really bad. It's already way too many people. I think it's like borderline foundational to Metroid that it needs to be lonely. Hey, thanks, Darkstar. Longer than that if you include Patreon. Thank you very much. Way too many people. Not enthused. I think Metroid Dread did a decent job of trying to recreate that, so did Metroid Fusion, but I don't know, there's something really special about like the soundtrack of Super Metroid, like the way the whole opening plays out, where you just feel very like lonely, and it's not like horror, but it's kind of eerie. And I don't know why they've never really been able to recreate that feeling, right? I get that feeling playing like Souls games, and they have a decent number of NPCs, I guess. Alright, that's a Metroid. Dr. Samus Metroid. Okay, give me one quick second. I'm just gonna make sure that this setting didn't get fucked up again. Audio. Okay, no, it's stereo. I think we're fine. Okay. Controls feel pretty good. The game looks pretty good. CL to jump. Well, pull is a weird button to press for that.
They came out of nowhere. How'd they get the drop on us?
Okay.
This ain't no usual invasion. They're up to something.
Shut up. No talking. This is Metroid. Oh no.
We're holding our position, but the artifact is at risk. We need immediate. Samus, you made it. Command needs
This ain't
you to
no
secure a
usual
sensitive
invasion.
artifact. Uploading coordinates now.
The fuck is a usual invasion?
When you're ready, scan the door and head through.
Hey, thanks, Sailor Dan. How have you been? Area map acquired. It's unlikely this game will be worse than Other M. I only had Other M's long legacy of being considered one of the worst games of all time, and still was blown away by how bad it is.
We'll hold position here. Go get him, Samus.
Okay, no worries. You enjoying it so far? I love UFO 50. It's fucking great. We're playing it in like 25 hours segments on my voting system. I'm waiting for it to win in the next block of 25 hours to try to get some more golden cherry clears. This feels like Halo, maybe? I haven't really played a lot of Halo, but I don't like it. I feel like we still have this scanning. That's fun. There other stuff I'm supposed to be able to scan here. I guess I just don't understand why this keeps happening with Metroid specifically, where it's like, did they not have like a design Bible? Did they like sit down and be like, okay, what's the tone we're going for, right? Like, what makes Metroid Metroid and not some other like sci-fi space shooter, right? Obviously, part of it is the structure. I'm sure it's going to have the, you know, Metroidvania upgrades. I wonder how many missable scans there are in this. And I also don't know if our audio balance is right here. It's maybe still a touch quiet. Let me know when I get into a firefight if you think the audio should be louder or quieter. Shoot, it gets pretty loud. It gets pretty close to my speaking volume in OBS. The soundtrack's already kind of underwhelming too, because I feel like at least, you know, the music needs to slap. This is just kind of like, you know, normal orchestral film soundtrack. No, it's probably a bad sign if Dark Star is here talking about how people need to make a documentary about the game being remade. I don't know anything about this game's reception, so I want to know as little as possible. Hold A to attract pickups. Okay. It was developed, it's playable on Switch 1. Switch 2 just has better performance. No, it's not Switch 2 native.
Hey, somebody get command of the horde. We need orders.
It was in development hell for a pretty long time. I don't give a fuck about graphics as long as like the gameplay is good, but so far I'm worried. Maybe this is just like the opening tutorial and then it'll become Metroid later. Yeah. I know Nintendo takes their shit somewhat seriously, like whatever version of the game they got that they said was so bad that was unreleasable and they had to completely start over must have been much worse than this, right? I do not want friendly human NPCs to say, "It's Samus!" Shut up. Everyone shut your fucking mouth. You can be here, but you all need to shut up.
We hold this line because there's nowhere else to go.
Samus, Office Squad is expecting you.
There are too many scannables. I feel like the pacing of scanning in Metroid Prime 1 was really good. I definitely shouldn't be able to scan like 10 different terminals. Like I should scan this and that should cover all the terminals, maybe in the entire level. Yeah, I didn't like that about Prime 3. I think Prime 3 just had way too many characters, and I think you can do it. You can have, you know, a couple NPCs that you talk to. It's not that it's like completely unacceptable to ever have other NPCs. Super Metroid opens technically with you going to like a lab that's theoretically filled with people. You just don't see any of the people when you're exploring it, right? Until they're dead on the way out. I see. I think Metroid Dread had like a little, because you still had the Atom computer in Dread, right? I remember liking Dread. I thought Dread was like, okay, this is they're kind of bringing it back finally. They kind of got the tone right. They know Samus needs to just do stuff without us constantly commenting on what's happening. See if I want to use the gyro aiming. It's probably more convenient. It's really weird that they added the mouse aiming as a default control scheme.
We're out of time. Let's go.
I don't think Metroid is serious enough to want to use like mouse controls for shooting. Like Metroid Prime 1 is like, seriously, you guys are going to adapt Metroid as an FPS? That's going to be a disaster. And then it was good. It was kind of surprising. I feel like that's an opportunity for the soundtrack to change when a Metroid shows up there. Oh look, cool. Metroid weak points. I don't have a ice weapon though. Already using up our butt stop design space, right? I don't know what else they can add as a twist to this mechanic to justify... I guess they're getting shielded more often now. They just need to be firing constantly because they go invulnerable too frequently otherwise. Yeah, I think that this boss needed to be the first phase and that's it. And I guess this is a new... The wall thing is a new attack. Are we gonna do 3 phases, really? Okay, well, it's definitely not a 3-phase boss. How's the audio balance here? This is probably the most action we've had. Okay, thanks. A little loud. Okay. Hold on. Well, I can wait till the fight's over because I can't pause. Yeah, there just weren't any twists in those different phases, right? It's kind of the same mechanic. It's supposed to, like, morph ball there to dodge that? Okay. No, I'm not going to worry about scanning. There's too much of it in this one already, it seems like. Okay. This isn't even a custom track for this scene. It's just part of the regular soundtrack. All right, so hopefully it sends me to another dimension with no NPCs. Always getting like hit by some fucking corruption beam or some kind of disease. I think their best way of resetting your powers was just fucking Samus knocked into a wall and all of her shit got turned off. Like, all right, that's all you have to do, guys. We don't need to obsessively... Various suit malfunction. Hey. Missile launcher offline. Okay. I don't think that needs to be diegetic. I think it can just be like, yeah, it's a video game, so like you gotta get your power-ups. I appreciate that Mega Man has never cared about that. It's just like, yeah, it's Mega Man 5, so you don't start with any of the abilities from the other games, and we're not going to explain it, because who cares? It's a video game. This is better. My scan again. Yeah, it does look like a Warframe level. Big, and they're not explaining anything, so I hate it less. Chozo here at some point. Androids. No more androids, okay. Unknown hologram technology. Okay, well, I can't open it. Get the little ball out from over here first. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. Another one of these things. Darkstar started a sentence with both "I mean" and "to be fair," trying to kill me. Open if I go here. Oh, I see, this way. I can't scan from back here. I have to wait for it to activate, I guess. Oh. And then Samus died. Sorry, I really expect the scan button to be the morph ball button. Because I have to scan way more often than I have to do the morph ball. That's cool. Hi there. Oh, the 4 arms are kind of cool. So I wonder if they did the opening specifically to be able to earn this, where everyone's shutting up and I'm just exploring on my own and feel I'm in this weird alien planet that I don't know anything about. This is good. I'm not going to let prior bad momentum prevent me from enjoying the game if it's good after the opening. They also significantly reduced the number of scannables here. Like, there's a decent number, but there weren't, like, giant rooms with, like, 7 consoles that are all scannable. Oh, I'm purple now. Y'all can shut up too, you know? Psychic crystal acquired. Fire psychic beam. Switch to the psychic visor. Oh, now she does a cool little psychic hand gesture. Dimension. Kind of a cool way to explain how suddenly she knows all this stuff about things on the planet. I don't hate this. Okay. It was cool having you scan them all the first time. I wonder if the opening sequence with all the Space Marines was added after the fact and it originally just opened with you landing here. Griever threat. Okay. Elevator. Yeah. Scan was a cool idea in Metroid Prime 1. I think it mostly fits. I think you have to be really careful with it, though, because it can feel like a fucking slog to walk into a room with 20 things to scan. It's like, I just want to play the game, man. Like, I know that, like, that's how they're trying to get the story to you with the scan text, but I think there's a smart way to do it, and there's an overbearing way to do it. This part feels a bit smarter. The opening, there was too much, though, and none of it was interesting. It was just like, this is a standard, you know, United Federation Marine crate. This is a different standard United Federation Marine crate. Like, shut up. I don't care. I do like coming in here and scanning everything, and it's like, I have no idea what the fuck this is. Well, that's cool. So I played System Shock, and I played BioShock years ago, and I played System Shock later. I understand why they were considered such a huge... After this cutscene, I'll share my thoughts. Viros. This is pretty similar to like the one guy you talk to in Metroid Prime 2. Okay, you gotta collect the 5 keys. Not great that we're starting with that, I guess. Usually Prime games end with a go collect the 5 things, right? And you use all your abilities now to get these, like, 5 thingamajigs. But I feel like that's not super appropriate to do right away in a Metroidvania. That's like a Zelda thing, right? So my thought on audio logs is that I think that their legacy impact to video games is more important than it is good, necessarily. I don't like audio logs when they're not paced in places where you can just kind of listen to the audio log while exploring the environment. BioShock is kind of bad. System Shock especially is really bad about giving you an audio log when there are like enemies around or there's something else to focus on. So it's like I feel like you need to be able to give your attention to the audio log and not just kind of have it playing in the background while you're doing something else that you have to pay attention to, right? I'd rather they do like a Metal Gear Solid codec call where the game stops and says like pay attention to this audio. You know what I mean? Unless if they find a way to have like a big open like empty area that you're exploring through, you can kind of just take in the sights and listen to the audio. Some of the logs in I think BioShock Infinite did a better job of that, but a lot of the times I feel like I just had to stop and listen to the log, otherwise I'd miss that it's telling me a safe code or whatever the fuck, you know? Yeah. Psychic Spider Ball. So does materialize? I don't have the Psychic Spider Ball is what we're saying, right? Can I see a summary of my upgrades somewhere? I don't. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Talos Principle, perfect. Absolutely perfect application of audio logs. Works really great in that game. It's actually fucking Jonathan Blow fucked that up with The Witness, is that he has all these audio logs, but he's always placing them in places where you can't, like, give them your attention, right? Okay. Oh, I have to press A to interact. I think it works in Talos Principle because the basic mechanics of doing a puzzle require more like rote repetition. You know, you don't have to like instantly engage your entire brain like you do with a Witness puzzle. You eventually do, but usually it's by the time the audio log is done playing. Okay. Just being teleported to a discrete stage is fine. Games do it, but I guess I like that in Metroid you have to travel everywhere. I guess the little, like, cross-zone elevators are essentially teleports. Alright, so the, like, creature scans are my favorite thing. I always thought that was fun when they were like, let's try to explain why these, like, obvious Metroid creatures exist. Like, how did they evolve to be a creature that turns into a platform when you freeze them, right? It's silly, but it's fun. Mireworm. That opening scene is, like, so tonally not this at all. It's either because they want this to hit harder and they need something to contrast it to, or it was added after the fact. It's also like paced really weirdly compared to this, which is paced more like a Metroid game. Sicklefly. I don't want to have that visor on all the time. I know they don't have the fucking Batman Arkham problem where I'm like in detective mode all the time, so everything is desaturated and I can't appreciate the art. It just looks pretty. It looks like, you know, concept art. Item detected within. I probably need a missile. Okay. Internal oxygen reaction, you say? Shimmer strap. Yeah, I think it was a mistake to make the visor desaturate the game world. I guess it's to make the scannables stand out against the background, but like the game's really colorful. Homing spore. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's a very video gamey enemy, but they're like... I'm gonna try to actively not scan just so it doesn't fuck with the art. Forced Vista. You didn't have to take control away from me. It would look like you already had designed the environment to do that. Okay, well, I guess if they're gonna establish they're gonna do this like sweeping location shot with like text, that's fine, I guess. I think that would have hit harder if you just let me walk out here and see the big tree, right? Because like this is what you do, right? You may in your game you can tell that something is framed to be a vista when it's like this. You're like coming out of a cave and suddenly you pop out and it's like it prompts you to look around and take it in. You don't have to do a sweeping camera shot. Just let me notice that it's pretty on my own, right? Sacred tree. But the game has pretty much shut the fuck up for the last like 20 minutes, so I'm less nervous that it's going to fuck things up really bad. Water dropper. Highly flammable using high heat weaponry. Okay. Shoot them from a distance. Can't tell if the charge beam is better DPS given the time it takes to charge. Collapse due to an earthquake. Yeah, that was like 50% faster. That would be nice. It's an enemy where it makes sense to use the charge beam. Turning on the visor also, like, not only does it desaturate the environment, it desaturates the soundtrack. Like, everything gets, like, slightly deadened, dampened whenever you turn it on. The game is, like, very much discouraging me from pressing that button. I thought we learned from Batman Arkham Asylum 1. Moats are keys. So I need to find 2 small keys in the area. Scout bots. Must be electric. Okay, at least they put me in front of a few things that I can't use yet, right? We've got something that requires the spider ball psychic thing. Something that requires a heat weapon. Something that requires electricity. Bristlewort. Coneberry. They're like, right, you have a morph ball. Okay. Psychic glove. Okay. It's really, 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 really hard to make new, like, Metroidvania upgrades that aren't just degenerate with past Metroidvania upgrades. We've kind of, like, tapped out that design space in the last 30 years. Almost 40 years. You'd be like, okay, well, that's, you know, that's basically the space jump, or that's basically the grappling hook, or whatever. This is Half-Life 2 gravity gun, essentially. Kind of. It's boring Metroidvania upgrade is a thing that's essentially just a key, right? Yeah. Nintendo hasn't actually made a Metroid game in a while, though, right? Like, what's the last first-party Nintendo developed? Because there's Retro made the Prime games, and then Metroid Dread. Was Metroid Dread Nintendo? I thought that was also farmed out. Part of why Other M sucks so bad is they farmed it out to Koei Tecmo. And I don't like any of their games. Team Ninja, right? Ugh. But the Metroid Dread devs seem to understand the assignment and, like, clearly had, like, a design bible, right? They're like, here are the things we can and cannot do. So any of them requires psychic boots. Okay. Stores items prepared by the last Lamorn priest to be given to the chosen one. Open using telekinesis. Oops. Okay. Okay. Hooray. Shren. And then count as explosive force, I guess. Okay. This feels more like a Metroid Prime soundtrack now. Galactic Federation distress beacon. I don't want anyone else to be here. Okay. Amber. Explosive force, okay. Yeah. Blow mold. Isopod. I don't like them taking away camera control. I feel like that's something that's kind of special about Super Metroid in particular. I don't really remember if the other Metroid Prime games did that a bunch. Maybe they did. Single powerful blow would shatter it. This thing requires fire. Shot ammo. I think I said this at the beginning. I think I'm a fan of the concept of Metroid. I don't know if I can actually say that I'm a Metroid fan, given that most Metroid games fall short of that concept. Really? They're pretty good. Super Metroid is, like, divine. Great game. The tone is immaculate. It's really well executed. Zero Mission is a pretty solid remake of Metroid 1 for the NES, and it's one of the games that most needed a remake. Fusion's got a really great tone. It leans a little bit more horror with the SAX stalking you, which is cool. Dread was the one that came out most recently, which is essentially a 2D Metroid, and it was great. Other M is one of the worst things I've ever put into my brain. Really horrible. Metroid Prime 1 was, I think, more important than it was good. Like, I don't want to say that Metroid Prime 1's not a good game, because it definitely is, but everyone was like, there's no fucking way that a dev from Texas is going to take Metroid and... Oh, god damn it.
A mess. You're alone on a planet, no hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so win?
What are we doing here? What's this?
What?
Maybe Super Metroid feels different from all the Metroidvanias that it inspired, because like it's kind of bad in some ways.
Samus Aran? Hey, Samus Aran! Oh, stop coming out! Oh. Please get me down. I'll just stay right here. Try not to die.
Okay, we're trying to do like a Portal 2 Wheatley thing. Oil for Samus, I guess. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Is he gonna say, so that just happened? I'm gonna kill myself. See, it's cool for this to happen because it shows how, like, cool, calm, and collected Samus is in contrast, right? Oh, I love the, like, badass music. That's... I hate this. I don't think that's necessarily rotten to the core. I think you can do a comedy bit where she's like sick of his shit or whatever, but there's definitely a way to overdo it, and that opening was not doing it subtly. Just keep spawning, a limited number of them.
Oh, great job. Now help me down. We're good. Okay. I'm coming down. Thank you, Samus. I'm Specialist Miles McKenzie, Engineer Level 4. I have something for you. Hold on, I gotta manually override this.
I don't know why they would do this when they clearly signaled to me that, like, yeah, that was dumb when there were all those NPCs, right? Now you're on the planet by yourself. It's like Metroid. Ha! Aren't you happy? Like, why would you show that you know what you're doing and then undo it? It's worse than if you just being surrounded by mercenaries the entire time. Sorry to break your door, man.
No biggie.
I think that's the kind of, like, game mistake that bothers me the most. It's when they demonstrate that they know and then they do it anyway. But here it's like they have to know. They have to know, right? They have to be doing this completely on purpose. There's no way, you know, how many people are necessary to make a game like this? There's no way someone was like, hey, is this a good idea? So I'm going to try to have an open mind, but...
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna tag along. So, where to? It might be a good idea to check the map and get our bearings.
Oh my god. Okay. This is on purpose, right? It has to be. There's no way. There's too many people involved in making a video game. It's something I get really frustrated by with the gaming audience is that they like talk about game devs as if they're not like people that exist on the internet and like know how games are perceived, and if they're making a Metroid game that they haven't played every Metroid game and read all kinds of like discussion on what makes a Metroid game a Metroid game. I think they're deliberately doing a thing where they're like, wouldn't it be really annoying to have a character who like tells you to check your map and shit and keeps commenting on your progress? let's like use that to make the audience hate him on purpose. Yeah, right.
How about we avoid any standing water? Those things seem pretty territorial.
Yeah.
How do we open this? I don't see a lock.
I'm still hopeful that they're doing this for a reason and it's not going to be the whole game is like this. Because, like, they didn't do it for 20 minutes, right? Shut the fuck up, dude. So here's another thing. It's possible to do something on purpose, like do something that's going to annoy the player on purpose and have that not work. It's possible to do it and have it work. I'm not saying that this is impossible to make work artistically. You could go too far and have it not be well done. This is at the point where this would be annoying if this wasn't a Metroid game, right?
This technology, it's not as old as the rest of these ruins. What do you think it's doing here?
Oh my god.
Everything in this jungle trying to kill us. Missiles are effective against a creature with a hard shell, you know.
You know, it's like the difference between you'll watch a David Lynch movie or something and he'll have a scene where a character is sweeping up peanuts for 15 minutes and you're like, this is brilliant. I get it. It works for me. Here it's like, okay, I can tell you want him to be annoying and you're using him commenting on gameplay to make him more annoying. So I get what you're doing, but I still hate it. I'm not enjoying, this isn't fucking sweeping peanuts for 15 minutes, right? Yeah, man, that's what I thought when I got here. Oh, I feel like it's so... This is, like, doubly annoying because I feel like to say that what he's saying is annoying is, like, so... Such a fucking boring observation. Don't make me have that observation, Metroid Prime 4. Everyone's gonna have that fucking observation, right? It's like... Oh, wow, that thing he just said was really dumb. No shit. Please be doing something with him. Jesus Christ. Yeah. He's so bad, though, that, like, this has to be a bit, right? You don't do this on accident.
space.
It's gonna go all the way around. It's gonna become funny, right? If they convince me that it's a bit where it's like the challenge is to be as maximally annoying as possible at every possible opportunity, then it's funny. Yeah, right. Big the cat.
I'm just gonna stay out of your way. You let me know when it's clear.
I think that, honestly, he would be worse if he was 10% as bad as he is. If he had 10% the voice lines, he would be much more annoying. But the fact that he's literally doing it every single fucking time is actually kind of funny. They'll let the monsters get him. Oh, hey, a missile expansion. Oh, look at that big tree. Wasn't that impressive? Yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah. They want me to feel like Samus in this situation, I guess.
Try your missile, Samus. Might be able to knock you right off the bridge. Oh, look at him fly. Nice shot.
Because I feel like saying this guy's annoying is like saying it's weird to have a 15-minute shot of somebody sweeping. Yeah, man, no shit. Fire is hot. Okay, I'm gonna try to enjoy it, but I'm not confident. Maybe they're doing like a thing where he's gonna arc, like he has to start at the bottom for them to earn him later. I've had that happen in a few games recently where they do a story where a character really, really fucking sucks, and it is worth it because there's something that redeems them later, right?
I'm okay. What is this place?
Is there a scan that says why those contain missile? Well, regeneration is reduced to a pulp. Okay. They don't need to. I just thought it would be funny if it was like it eats missiles.
I have no idea what we're doing, but it feels like it's working.
We're doing.
Well, I'll be. It did work.
I think they're doing a Raiden, right? Like if you play Metal Gear Solid 2 and you're like, oh my god, this Raiden character is really annoying and he's not Solid Snake. I came here to play Solid Snake. It's like Hideo Kojima's doing his art on you, man. Like, yeah, no shit. I don't think he's brilliant or anything, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be like try to take the contrarian position and think that this is amazing or something, but it's like it's so over the top, it can't not be on purpose. Okay. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So how does that work exactly?
Found something for your suit, didn't you?
And release to shoot the control beam. Okay. That's kind of different. We've seen that ability in plenty of games, but like I said, your challenge is try to make a Metroid power-up that hasn't been in every Metroidvania ever made, right?
No way. A Mark 99 mech? I'd recognize that frame anywhere. Mark 99 mech, this is Samus Aran. Bounty hunter? You know her. She's amazing. You look very familiar. Betsy? What are you doing here? I worked on her back at base. I'll take a few scans. Maybe we can come back here and get her.
So I'll put it this way, like, I don't like that. I've talked about this problem before, that the gaming audience critically is still really immature compared to a lot of other art media, right? Like, I think that movie criticism is pretty mature at this point. Literature criticism is pretty mature. Gamers are still really uncomfortable, especially with like a mainstream game that is trying to evoke a negative feeling on purpose, right? Like that's art, that art's supposed to do that. It's not just supposed to give you joy power fantasy feelings. It's supposed to make you feel scared or annoyed or frustrated or angry or whatever. And a lot of great gaming auteurs understand that. It's like I've said, my favorite sequence in Nier Automata is the part where you're like a robot with a bucket that keeps like spilling it. That's great. I think there might still be a problem here because it's like I get what they're doing, and I think that they should be allowed to try to provoke annoyance in the player. That's a legitimate feeling to try to evoke in the player. But it's like Metroid hasn't been about being annoying. That isn't the negative emotion that it's trying to evoke. I think the emotion it's trying to evoke is that feeling of like loneliness and emptiness and like kind of curiosity about what's going on. So it's certainly, I'm not saying that Metroid always needs to be that and it can never do emotions that it hasn't done in the past, but this is like super dissonant with what Metroid usually is, and it has to be executed perfectly for it to work. And right now, I don't think it's being executed perfectly. It's a bit, I'm going to laugh at it because it's funny, but I just want to get it out there that like it's not necessarily rotten to the core to suggest that we're going to try to make this character not only be annoying in the story, but also make the player feel annoyed so that they feel like they're Samus in this situation. I'd be like, well, maybe a Metroid game shouldn't have an annoying NPC in the first place. Maybe that just doesn't work with what you're going for, right? It's the Witness problem where the Witness is trying to do this deep philosophy stuff from Jonathan Blow, but he doesn't really know how to do that smartly. He doesn't know how to weave it into the gameplay and make it resonant with the puzzles that you're solving. So it just feels like pretentious and pointless and out of place.
She's torn apart.
And people can intuit that really well. They can play the Witness and be like, wow, these audio logs feel really stupid. Like, I don't feel like it's trying to say anything to me. And like Sailor Dan brought up earlier, Talos Principle is a game that has a lot to say about philosophy, and I think does a really good job of communicating that through like audio logs and background information that's totally separate from the puzzles that you're doing. So like there's a way to do it well and there's a way to do it poorly, and I don't know that this is doing it well. Yeah, it would be like if Papers, Please did a happy sequel about Santa giving gifts. Yeah. It's like, okay, you could do that, but that's not what Papers, Please is, right? And you could also do it as a critique of Papers, Please. Maybe that would be interesting, right? It's like how Star Trek Deep Space Nine is deliberately a critique of Star Trek. It's an interrogation of Star Trek. It's like, okay, Gene Roddenberry had all these ideals. He died. Like, what if we question some of his ideas about this future space utopia? And it's done very maturely, and it's able to, like, poke at the boundaries of what makes Star Trek Star Trek. But then, like, New Trek goes too far. It's no longer an interrogation. It's not Star Trek anymore, right? It requires an awareness of what it's supposed to be.
See what happens.
Concussive blast, bomb slot. Okay.
See? The button-pushing strategy always pays off. But I do not know what to do next. So, Samus, you give it a try.
But I think it would be stupid to look at this and be like, okay, well, Retro don't know what they're doing. Like, they're not doing this on purpose. They just fucked up and slipped on a banana peel and put this character in the game. Like, this is obviously, they know that they're trying to annoy the player on purpose, right? But just that because they know that they're doing it doesn't necessarily mean that it's okay or that it's working.
Did I fix it? Wait, you can interface with their tech, which means you can understand it.
Yep.
Which means you've received translation data, which opens up a world of possibilities. Once I get this working,
This is creating like a second order feeling in me of being annoyed that I'm annoyed. Because I know that, like, you know, your typical modern AAA game consumer is going to play this game and be like, oh my god, Retro slipped on a banana peel and they accidentally dropped this character in the game.
Thank you. We'll put this here. Let's see. This should do the trick. All right, look at that! We got power! Well, one door is still locked, the other one is malfunctioning. Hey, but it's progress.
That's funny. Cutting to the Samus reaction shot is good.
Figure out, so I'm gonna stay here if you wanna scout ahead.
Sure, yeah.
It's about to get real nerdy in here.
Oh my god. Quirk Chungus writing.
What if I,
Can't fit in there. Can't jump yet. Can't get up in there. Control beam. Oh, I see. Hence the hole in the wall. Right, right. Just kind of neat to be like, that only fires that way when you have the scanner turned on.
that's one way to fix it.
We'll be as charitable as possible. We'll say that this character is a big swing, and you could miss when you do a big swing. In order for the bit to be fully realized, this needs to go on long enough so it's not just be annoying, but actually deliberately unfun. Temple of Memory. Green energy crystals. What an inspired name. Do you call them like emeralds or something? was kind of cool. I do like they can do a thing here where they can pace you where you're with him versus not with him, and you're like, oh, thank God he's gone. Like, that kind of works here. Don't have any green energy crystals to deposit. Okay. Okay. Triple target psychic lock. 3 targets have to be exposed simultaneously. Okay. That's cute. Concussive blast. So far, this game's pretty linear, which is not a sin in and of itself. Like, I think that I'm glad that gaming criticism has moved on with an obsession with non-linearity, but it is weird for a Metroid game. Oops. They've tried to, like, hint at some power-ups that I'm going to unlock later. Notes for making psychic recordings. Okay. Because they could be deliberately going for a thing where you're like pacing in and out of like having a moment of silence, right? And like it's fun that you do all of the cool alien lore stuff when he's gone. Like that feels very intentional. Boss fight? Carvex. Able to communicate due to fusion with a Metroid. Ouch. The Metroid weak points are kind of interesting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. That's pretty funny. Oh, I get. I don't like that jump and dash are the same button. Probably how it worked in the previous Metroid Primes. I just haven't played them in a while, but it doesn't feel great. Given how many butt stomp attacks they expect you to jump over. Oop. To like destroy these simultaneously or something. They just established the simultaneous mechanic. But that's what we're going for here. Fuck. Yeah, okay, that's cool. This is a much better boss than the first boss. The first boss was really bad. You need to have some kind of twist, right? You can't just like say, okay, well, you're gonna do this in 3 phases, but all 3 phases are almost identical. And it needs to like connect to the things you were just doing in the stage previously, which is why this is good. 'Cause I just did this with a puzzle outside. I think the first boss should have just been the first phase to be like, okay, conceptually there can be bosses, right? Since they didn't really have any ideas for it otherwise. Oh, and now it's harder because I have to shoot through the walls. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this is like the bare minimum for a boss fight. It's not like, you know, the best boss fight I've ever seen, but it feels like a boss fight that deserves to exist. It's trying to test a mechanic that the area has been about teaching me, right? Okay, then I have to fly through the little wall. I think one of the worst things you can do with the boss is just ask the player to do the same thing 3 times without any kind of like substantial twist. That first boss, I guess technically he got a new attack in each of his 3 phases, but they weren't like suitably different enough. They weren't asking you to like change the way you're thinking about it. Especially since you had enough health in that fight to just face tank everything. So I don't think like reactive phase changes are enough in a Metroid game. There has to be something kind of puzzly about it, right? Psychic bomb. Okay. But that was a good boss. Needs to perform a bomb jump. Psychic moat properties, you say? No, can you not bomb jump anymore? Oh, you can. Okay, good. I guess the idea is that that's now reserved as a psychic mode, so I can now grab it. Has to be in the visor, right? Okay, that makes the motes a little bit more interesting if I can generate them on demand now. I think too many games aim for like an emotional curve that's like either completely flat or just constantly escalating. So if what they're going for with the annoying NPC is that sometimes he's around and sometimes he's not, and so that like you have these spikes of annoyance, and then you're like, oh okay, I'm back by myself again. That's a completely legitimate thing to go for. Activated by gazing. Master teleporter key. Okay. Piece of the Triforce.
Samus, do you
Oh, fuck. No! Make them online.
There's something I want to talk about. You mean base camp?
Yeah. If that's their basic idea, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Put a different adjective into the firebomb, darkness grapple. If you want your theme to be, this is like a psychic planet, so all the aliens give you psychic upgrades, whatever, that's fine. Metroid Fusion is basically, you don't have any of your traditional upgrades, but you kind of do. They're just from the X-Parasite instead, right? And I think Corruption is kind of the same thing. Corrupt the versions of all the power-ups. Complete collapse is inevitable. This is a decent little thing to teach you about the ball, and you can use it in midair, right? Yeah, like I said, it's a big swing, and it's possible for a big swing to miss. I'm nervous now that he's able to connect to me over long-range comms. I was thinking they were going to do a thing where we were going to phase in and out of it being around, but...
Man, they did not design these for humans. Oh! Whoa! You are sneaky quiet, you know that? Hey, I'm glad you're back. That data you gave me earlier is really coming in handy.
The cuts to her face are funny, though.
planet, Viros, doesn't appear on any of the known star charts. Might as well be a ghost.
Why the fuck are you here there, man? I got teleported here by weird space magic.
No activity in this sector. It is eerily quiet. We could be anywhere. Or we could be nowhere. According to these maps, we shouldn't even be here. From what I gather, the only way off this planet is to retrieve 5 teleporter keys. Now, I'll do some digging to see if there's any way I can support you. Now that our comms are working, we should be able to share data. I can provide you with intel.
Right, they didn't slip on a banana peel. They know that you, as Samus, already know about the teleporter key, so having him tell you about it is deliberately annoying, right? Like, they're doing a
Stay
thing.
safe out there, Samus. I'll be here if you need me.
I could only really say they know that it's annoying so many times. It's not a defense.
Be careful, Samus. You won't have me, watch your back.
Current is past, the electrodes on both ends. Okay, I still don't have electricity powers. I wonder what the canceled version of this game looked like. For Nintendo to be like, oh, nope, not releasing that. Never mind. Eat lock, okay. The same as this, but without the guy. That's pretty funny. Literally, they rebuild it from scratch, but with this fucking guy. I don't have the psychic boots yet. I'm a little nervous that the way that they're going to do the Metroid thing is that like every area is just going to have a couple little optional pickups that require some upgrade that I don't have yet, and that it's going to be like, oh, it's a Metroidvania because later in the game you're going to go back to all these zones and collect all these pickups. But it's like structurally still more like a Zelda game. I think I can get up there. It's kind of cool. Yeah, Pathologic is deliberately obnoxious, and it's one of the best games that's ever been made. Pathologic 2 is one of the best experiences I've ever had in gaming. It's, like, so good. But I guess that's a good comparison, because, like, Pathologic 2 executes on the idea perfectly. Pathologic 1 does not. Like, I played, like, fucking 70 hours of Pathologic 1 across all 3 campaigns, and, like, it was enough for me, like, okay, I get it. And there's a couple parts where I'm like, you know, maybe 5% of the time I'm like, this is brilliant, I see what you're doing, I see why, you know, this game is regarded so well. But mostly it just didn't execute on its intended concept. And it was too difficult to tell the difference between, is this annoying because the developers are trying to be annoying on purpose, or is it annoying because the game's kind of old and janky, right? Because you couldn't tell, it got in the way of enjoying the art. Pathologic 2, every time something was annoying, it was super obvious that it was on purpose, and like, we're making you feel this way, right? It's green crystals. fucking green crystals do we need? I'm never a fan of big open areas like this. Lost Isolith, right?
Area with the teleporter key. If you want to contact me going forward, use the radio command on the map screen. I'll help in any way I can.
I think I'm good, dog. Really hope I'm not actually like allowed to walk through this whole area, because I'm sad at how dependent the game seems to be on teleporting. Well, we're not supposed to go this way. Seem like a thing that they actually want me to climb up. Guess we'll get these green crystals. I don't want to. Electrify the lock. Okay.
Viola, Tanzahaden, Aldush, Kalash Tektakariniskat, Chandrazim, Kurutin Patnarishut, Elijus Krashan Tef Azar, Viola Arutsan Zanta, Kaushusik,
Okay.
Kasarech Apenan,
I don't think Metroid needs a motorcycle.
Nanatem Tashem,
Just like the obligatory open world crap that needs to be in every game now.
Sitan, Shalif Atsarin Safar, Tashantir, Gamma Daranit.
This trend needs to end. It needs to die.
Shandala, Yatsalam Tasante, Kasarech Dastil. Kinala Silam Virus, Rosanate.
Like, I think that every game that attempts this, for every 100 games that attempt it, one pulls it off. And it's like the one that pulls it off is so amazing that everyone loses their shit. And it's like, this is the way we have to do games from now on. It's like, no, you cannot. Every game cannot be Elden Ring. Elden Ring is only able to exist because they leveraged like 10 years of models and textures and designs that they had already designed for previous Souls games, right? They were reusing in Elden Ring. It's a ridiculous scope and like it's a bad expectation to set. I want to go back to getting a Dark Souls game every 2 years. I'm really worried about what GTA 6 is going to do for, like I said, the immature gaming audience. Who are just going to be like, oh, from now on, every bottle needs to have fucking sweat droplets on it. If every drink container doesn't have condensation on it, then this game is trash. It's like the game costs $2 fucking billion. It's not a good use of money. I don't know. I don't think there's a vote with your dollar way to solve it. I think it's just fucking. It's an industry-wide self-fulfilling prophecy.
protected by a force field. If you want to get in there, we'll need to find a
They
way
shouldn't have given him
to do some research while you look into
comms.
teleporting.
If he was only able to be annoying when you're physically in the room with them, that would be better, but... We're gonna do like a thing here where as I like activate this place, they start adding new instruments to the soundtrack. It just starts like empty and I wouldn't even say it's ambient. It's like borderline non-existent right now. That's kind of cool, actually. I kind of like this as a set piece. No, you don't. Just make me walk down it. Fuck. They fucked it up. That was a cool set piece. Don't cut. God damn it. Make me appreciate how long it is. Make me walk down it for like a minute, right? Fucking cowards. Wonder if that's ultimately going to be the sin of Metroid Prime 4, that it has a bunch of kind of like big swing ideas, but then it like gets cold feet at the last second and doesn't lean far enough into it. Bolt Forge. I don't like the like area establishing shot cards. I wish they would just let you get here and like look around and take it in yourself. I think that is like also kind of antithetical to Metroid. It's a minor sin. It's not, the game isn't like garbage because it does that, but that's the kind of thing that I would say needs to be in the design Bible. Like someone who's in charge of, you know, getting the vision right should be looking at all of this and seeing those cards and being like, no, cut that. Just, you pop out, you get to see the cool area, the player has to look around and take it in for themselves. Absorb electrical energy. Okay. I don't think both of these kinds of containers need to have separate scans. The last section was pretty good on the scan pacing. You get like electricity powers first before that will work. Neurobike Mark 5. Viola. Redesigned for the Psychic era. You gotta get your key, your key fob. I actively do not want a motorcycle. I don't think that's a good reaction to have. Like, you're playing a video game and like, hey, do you want your character to have a fucking motorcycle? And to be like, no, I don't actually. That's a bad reaction. I think Metroid games have been able to do the, oh, fucking hell yeah, right, getting the power bomb, for example, you know. When you realize that you can power bomb the little glass tube in Super Metroid, that's kind of like, oh, hell yeah moment. But this is not a hell yeah moment. Like, I actively do not want a motorcycle. I get that they're like trying to like build up hype for it. They don't just like give it to you right away. You get in here, you see them everywhere. You see the tunnel that it's supposed to drive through. And then you try to get on there and you don't have the suit yet. So it's like building anticipation. But unfortunately, it's for a thing I don't want. Whoops. Oh, this thing. Okay. My increasing concern as I'm playing this is that this game is going to be fine. I would almost rather it be bad than fine, right? Like, I hate Other M. I think it's an offense to gaming. It's an offense to Metroid specifically. I can't believe it was allowed to happen. I can't believe that Metroid was given to Team Ninja. They're like the worst possible fit, right? But it's like actively super bad, and as a result of being super bad, it's interesting, right? Oh no. Yeah. Yep.
Good news is, the generator is right down here. To get there, you'll need access to the lower levels. There's an elevator that will take you down.
So when you first get him, I love that. Would you like to hear that again? And then the default option is yes.
Oh, and don't forget to stop by the save station. Oh boy, this storm's picking up. Might be on your own from here.
When he's first introduced, it's over the top. He's doing it constantly. He will never shut up about anything. He's like, oh my god, it's a missile expansion. And then he goes away. But now it's not funny anymore because you stopped doing it for long enough. And you did it too much there, but you're not doing it enough. You got to go all in on it. He's got to be like really over the top with it for like at least a couple hours, and then you like kill him or he dies or something. Or he gets kidnapped, then you have to save him. Gets knocked out, or you have to knock him out. There's any number of, like, punchlines to the joke that is annoying nerd guy. But that was definitely not information that he needed to provide. Like, that was all pretty clear from what was already happening. Touch the hologram of the center, okay. I'm not convinced that this is a Metroid game yet. I remember really disliking the structure of Metroid Prime 2. It's like, there's a lot of weird, obscure bottlenecks in that game, and virtually none of them are conveyed on the map. So, like, you know, they'll convey doors on the map, so you'll know, oh, now that I have the missiles, I can go open the missile door, but they won't convey something that requires the missile but isn't explicitly a door. So anytime you get a new upgrade, hopefully you memorize all the places where you need to bring the missile to, otherwise you just kind of get stuck backtracking constantly. But, like, it still feels like a Metroid, and the flaws with it are, like, or it feels like a Metroidvania. The flaws with it are still in line with a Metroidvania that hasn't been calibrated very well. But this is just kind of like an action shooter, or maybe a Zelda-like. As soon as they're like, you got to get the 5 keys, I'm like, well, okay, but you can't tell me that at the beginning. That's supposed to, in Metroid Prime, that's the thing they always do, where it's like, okay, we don't really have any ideas for what you need to do when you have all the upgrades, so we're going to have an end-of-game key hunt, right, that essentially requires all the upgrades. And is a reason to go back through the game and explore and find all the stuff. It's pretty funny. Briefly activate. I see. Can't fit through there. What does it really want me to do here? Probably want me to launch the control beam from this side. Okay. This is a good puzzle. The control beam is kind of interesting. I don't hate it. They used it sparingly enough. I think there's a way to do the control beam that's really stupid and annoying, where it's basically just a key that has to go into a lock, right? Where you just see, oh, here I'm supposed to use it. But like that kind of puzzle sort of requires you to make one logical leap. It's like, oh, it goes down too fast, so I have to launch it from the other side and make it go around, instead of it just being, here's the obvious lock that requires this as the obvious key. It was several explosive impacts. Okay. I don't know if I'm building up speed as I do this. I don't think I am. Probably want me to have a upgrade here. think him like weighing in like, oh, you have to go down here. It's like, well, there's no other way to go. That's the only door that's open. I would have realized that without your feedback. He needs to be completely unhelpful. I think that's the answer, right? If he's saying something that sounds like it's actually intended to be helpful game advice, they failed. He needs to only tell you things that you already know in order to have a chance of working. Shortcut. Guys, I only need one motorcycle. I wonder if some point they intended to let you like go between the different biomes. Like they had a more aggressive open world concept for you to be able to physically travel between them and then added the teleporting mechanic because they couldn't make it work or something. It does feel kind of weird that you just like warp. Release from the link terminal, okay. Here's my powerful AI mecha rat. Offline. Okay, good way to teach me about that. So when I get electricity, I can electrocute water. Got it. Whoop, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. I was worried this was about to zap me. Assume this must be a loading screen. There haven't really been any like killer music tracks yet. The Jungle Zone kind of sounded like a Metroid Prime song, or was using a lot of like theremin, right? Does this game have like an equivalent to the, was it Phendrana Drifts? That's part of the problem so far, is I don't really detect a singular vision in this game. Like, this kind of feels like, well, fuck, we gotta make a Metroid game, right? Aren't really any big ideas so far. And I don't think that annoying nerd guy counts as a big idea. Some very pretty, like, set pieces. I'm liking that as video games are improving, like, you can really just make your environments look exactly like what the concept art presumably look like. Noticing that with a lot of the environments in, like, Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. Need those on the way back, I assume. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what those are there for. Kind of a neat set piece. I like the little twist at the end there with having to go up the hill. And that's enough of that, right? Yeah.
Oh, good. We're back online. The facility's power has been restored.
Hey, they did the thing where they added more instruments when you turn the power on, so I was hoping for. I don't have the psychic boost ball yet. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's like if associate Metroid Prime music is like theremins and like chorus chanting on like a Casio keyboard, right? Oh, that's cool to recontextualize this area now. This game seems to be trying to make an electric guitar happen as like one of the instrument motifs it can call on occasionally. That's kind of neat, given that you go through the facility Well, it's all powered down, and now you're seeing it come to life in the opposite direction. I kind of like that. One of my favorite parts, I think it's Metroid Prime 1, is where you walk through a facility, you finally see Metroids for the first time, and you have to walk through it with the lights on, with all the Metroids in their, like, containment fields or whatever. And because they're, like, setting up, they're building the dread for when you get to the bottom and the power goes out and they all break out and you have to leave in the other direction. It's really good. More of that, please. Attaching a wire. Okay, well, I don't have that. Come back with the grappling hook. Psychic grappling hook. Oh, is that one because it's ball shaped? Can I? I like that. That's a good bit. I wish they do more stuff like this, because people always complain about Metro, like, why is the Space Pirate Fortress designed so that Samus can, you know, power everything with her Morph Ball? Why would they design the fortress based on their... Shut up. It's a video game, and you're meant to understand that in the narrative, Samus is using her abilities in, like, ingenious ways. It's just that for the benefit of the player, right, they use a standardized format for when you're able to interact with something as the Morph Ball so that you know what is a Morph Ball thing and what isn't. But that right there, I think it would be cool if they were able to do more of that, where it's like, oh, this is like vaguely ball-shaped. I wonder if I can go interact with it as a ball, even though it's not, it's obviously not intended to take Samus's Morph Ball form specifically, right? There's actually, that might be the first time I've ever seen Metroid do that. Especially in Metroid Prime, where it's always like the, you know, this is the bog standard, roll into this as a ball and then activate a bomb in order to power the device thing, right? That was kind of a cool idea. I don't think you could make an entire game that's only Samus using her powers in novel ways. I think it would get annoying to try to figure out, like, what is supposed to be a ball thing, what's supposed to be a grapple thing, and so on, but that was one cute idea that they at least tried. I like their little angry robot face they did. Okay, so this is a little awkward, honestly. Go into bomb, go into Morph Ball mode, make a bomb, go out of Morph Ball mode, go into visor mode, grab the thing and move it. Yeah, do it again. It's slightly different that time. It's funny, it rejects me. Hey, a little twist on it. It's cute. There's a bunch of rejected parts. I like that. That was good. There hasn't been a lot of that in this game so far. We know how these work. Or not. Oh, I see. Ouch. And that's on the other side, so that's a little different. Okay, see, this is like a video game. Go left, go right, roll through the middle. Yep, I get it. And then jump over it. Sure. Beautiful. This assembly line sequence is the best part of the game so far, in my opinion. Giving me adequate, aha, I see what you did there moments, which is what I play video games for. This is just a shortcut, so I don't have to go through there again, I think. Yeah. Didn't we have a storm planet level in Metroid Prime 3? Am I remembering that correctly? I like when you go back through it in this direction, everything's recontextualized. It's always fun. Oh, they electrify them, I see. Well, you can't just ride them up. Gotta go quick before they get zapped. See where it actually wants me to go here. I go all the way around. I don't think that really helps me. Let's confirm that I am taking damage if I stand on that, yeah. If I jump right when it's done being zappy, and then I can go up. Okay, that seems to be right. Gotcha. We gotta go the other way, using the same elements multiple times. I do like when level design does that. Like, we used this one way when we first came through the facility, and now I'm having to use the same platforms to do different things by going in different directions with them. Oops. Didn't time that right. Now it's in the middle. No. This level feels like it was designed by somebody else. Maybe it was. Maybe it was a different team. The tutorial sequence was atrocious, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's deliberately atrocious so that you can get the, you know, obligatory Metroid isolation and loneliness. Dropping frames. Touch the thing. Looks fine in OBS right now, but I'll keep an eye on it. Shortcut for later, okay. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if it continues. Now I need to get my suit, right?
Are you back on the top floor?
Sure am.
You can activate now that the power's back on to clear the way to the base tower. With this storm, we might lose signal, but
Samus is a very trusting person, right? One of these days, she's gonna go to one of these alien facilities and enter a machine that's supposed to give her a power-up, and it's just gonna, like, mangle her. The Viola suit. Kind of cool. I'm still not enthused about the motorcycle, but you can tell they're trying to put in the effort to build up the anticipation, right? At least they didn't make this like pass it a cutscene like before. Speed limited. Yeah. I don't have the boost ball yet, so... I know I'm gonna get motorcycle upgrades later. Okay, press start. It is kind of neat that it's like part of her suit. Definitely has the Casio chorus sound font, right? In a linked bomb slot. I see. Yeah, the viola spinner. And maybe if I could space jump. This track's pretty good. I've been kind of underwhelmed with the soundtrack so far, but I like this one okay. Yeah, let's actually stop off at the second one this time, I guess. They were trying to tell me to break in this room, I see. Okay. Save room, maybe? Save rooms have been really weirdly paced in this game so far. This is more of the pacing I would expect between like the different towers, but I think the entire jungle area was really, really awkwardly paced, and it didn't really have any ideas outside of the boss fight, which I thought was fine. So it's supposed to be about learning about the control beam, I guess, but I feel like the game doesn't really start until you get to this facility here. Nope. Alright, well, one group of these guys was enough, I think. Not particularly interesting to fight, to be honest. As long as it's just the two. Very Zelda room. I'll see if that ends up holding, but I think that's kind of my take so far, is that this is a pretty fine 3D Zelda where you happen to like be in first person and shooting with a gun. It doesn't structurally feel like a Metroidvania. I guess it's for somebody, because I know people are disappointed that we don't get traditional dungeon-based Zeldas anymore. Because it doesn't have small keys. I thought that they were doing that earlier, but that's not really how that mechanic works. Just want us to know that this robot's different from the 6 we just fought. Is that why we had the kind of excessive fight against 6 robots earlier? To remind you what a normal robot is like. I'll get the electricity ability from this one. Might just always run away from my missiles. Okay. Interesting. What does it mean for the elevator to be overcharged? May stop during operation. Will stop during operation. That's a cool little break on the formula so far. Realize like shit, we've had you do like 6 of these elevators. We better like do something a little bit different. Another arena battle in this room? Eventually, I guess. Like, these sections are just like completely 2D. Oh, this is a nice twist on last time, I guess. Although this is still really fucking awkward. It's a neat concept to like, what if you could throw your, you know, morph bomb psychically into stuff that you can't reach? Maybe that's why it's annoying, because like it's annoying enough that they want you to still do morph bombs normally. Instead of just always throwing them like that. I don't know if that's the best solution. You come up with this new mechanic and like players will only do it the new way, and you're like, well, I need to keep them doing it the old way. I only have one thing to protect us this time. Cute. And a bunch of robots. Is it just that there's one this time? Because this would be annoying if there were 3 again and it was exactly the same challenge. You get what you're doing this time, right? Oh. Metron MCU. So I'll be destroyed at the same time. Okay. Oh, but I have to destroy enough of the little drones, I see. Whoa, fuck. Ow. Shit. Got it? Kind of a neat concept. It's weird that I can't use the gyro for this. It would be really convenient. Fuck. Cute little mini boss. Adequately different, I think, from the plant boss. Same basic idea, though. That recontextualizes this area just fine. Just noticed the like baffling "you're in danger" exclamation point next to your health. I don't know what the point of that is. I feel like it's pretty obvious. By virtue of the fact that you're getting zapped. Oh, this fucking guy. I don't know if I care for having a humanoid opponent. He's like from one of the bounty hunter games, Metroid Prime Hunters or whatever the fuck. Oh my god, every boss in this game has a fucking butt stomp attack. I mean, I guess you gotta, because, like, jumping is one of the few things you can do, other than dashing. So attack that he just does, definitely. Try scanning him, I guess. Try scanning him. To the base of the target. So if they mean my bombs, which I was trying to do a second ago. Oh yeah, that was it. Charges at you faster. Yeah, I really don't like the jump button being the same as the dash button. I feel like there's probably buttons to spare that's not necessary. There's a boss fight really early in Metroid Dread against a big monster that was like made Samus out to be kind of slow and brutal that I liked a lot. That wasn't really him. Weird. Literally just a heart container reward for beating a boss, right? It's actually, that feels really strange. I don't think Metroid bosses tend to give you energy tanks. I think they almost always give you like a progression power-up, and then energy tanks are always like optional from exploration. The Zelda format is you go through the dungeon, 50% of the way through the dungeon, you get the ability that affects the dungeon, and it recontextualizes most of it. You use that ability to beat the boss, and then the boss drops a heart container, right? Not an additional progression upgrade. I don't think it's necessarily bad if this is a Zelda game rather than a Metroidvania. Like, just because Metroid named the genre doesn't mean that every Metroid game should be a Metroidvania, but I think it's impressive that the other Metroid Prime games are. Shield enemy is pretty annoying, I gotta say. A lot of these enemies take like 3 more shots more than they ought to, I think. I guess it's like to justify having as many missiles as you have, but curious what speedrunners' impression of this game is. think it's pretty important that in a game like Super Metroid, you know, an average person's playthrough takes like 50 times longer than a speedrunner's playthrough because the speedrunner knows. Oh, we're gonna go the other way. How to kill the bosses incredibly quickly. Because the tools they give you are actually extremely powerful. Shot expansion up there. I don't think I can use this, not without an upgrade. Okay. I feel like I've barely had an opportunity to get an optional upgrade throughout the game so far. Like 3 hours in, maybe I've just missed all of those opportunities, but I am constantly seeing like come back here later with a power up and then you can get the upgrade, but not a you could get this now if you're kind of paying attention to the environment. Those things suck. Jesus Christ. Okay. Want me to like hide basically? Okay. They're not able to be damaged. Okay. Don't have the boost ball. Alright, this tower was much less interesting than the first tower. Much more combat focused. Like, this enemy takes, like, 2 more hits than it ought to take, I think. I think 1 missile should be enough to kill them. It feels very artificial, right? Maybe it's like, well, we need to justify giving you 50 missiles, but, like, who cares? You know, you need 50 missiles for the boss fights. Oops, yes. So it just means that now the next tower is going to work. I guess they have this speed limiting thing just to discourage you from using the bike in places where it doesn't make sense, but I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like either the game's designed for you to be using the bike constantly or it's not, right? Kind of weird to not pick a lane there. Yeah, I feel like this is particularly weird because this is a situation where it would have been fine to just let me do the towers in either order, right? Whether I went left or right at the beginning or I drove past the first one. It's very arbitrary, like, well, you have to have turned on the map machine in the second tower to do this one. Just to, like, gesture at the idea of a Metroidvania, right? Even if it's not, if it's mostly going to be like a Zelda game. This one's going to be more vehicle-based to distinguish it from the other two. So far, Tower 1 was the best part of the game. I think their new electric guitar motif is kind of cute. Well, I guess it's not a motif, but just having that as a featured instrument when it hasn't really been in these soundtracks before, and having it show up in every song alongside the classic Metroid Prime stuff is cool. Certification supervisor. I don't think we needed any dialogue there. I think if you just come down here and seen the course and be like, oh, I got to race on this course. Okay, got it. He's pretty forgiving. This is like Alan Wake driving. I guess the controls are a little bit better than that, but... Okay. Immediately press and hold B. Okay, I get it now. Awkward Oculus slide. I think that this should have just, they should have just cut the second tower. I guess maybe it would have been too short if they did that. This feels like this is what should happen immediately after you get the bike, though. Or require the first 2 towers before you get the bike, right? But then they wanted you to use the bike to drive between them, so... it just feels weird. like our mandatory Viola boss fight is essentially just going to be the boss fight for Majora's Mask. Goron Mask boss fight with the bull that's racing around. Fortunately, this whole section is just supposed to be a controls tutorial for the bike, and so it's kind of boring. It would be nice if they were doing something else at the same time. I guess it's a way to save some money. You don't have to make a third tower. I assume it's like an edict to have an open world segment, and if you're going to do the open world, you have to be able to travel faster than Samus's normal walking speed. So what do you do? I don't know, a motorcycle? That's kind of what feels uninspired about it, though, or like I don't really detect a strong singular vision behind this game, sadly. Like, the big vibe I get from this is like, well, we got to make another Metroid, so like it's not. It reminds me spiritually of like the Hobbit movies, right, where it's like they brought on Guillermo del Toro and he had this weird idea. It was going to be kind of dark and tonally very different from the Lord of the Rings movies, and the studios hated it, so then they got Peter Jackson and like forced him to make the movie and make it tonally consistent with Lord of the Rings, and he hated it, and he didn't have a good time, and he didn't really get to use his vision at all. Now, I don't think this game is as bad as the Hobbit trilogy is by any stretch, but it definitely kind of feels like, well, we got to go through the motions here. We got to make a Metroid game. Metroid Dread felt like there was some passion behind it. There were some people on the team who cared about Metroid and wanted to make a good one, right? It also felt a lot like it was a explicit response to Other M. Like, let's look at what was wrong with Other M and not do those things, right? And this one is nowhere near, it's not like a disaster like Other M. It's fine, but I'm increasingly worried that my final thought isn't be that the game is fine. And like I said, I think that that's worse. Worse than being bad. I wonder if they patched in that racing track part, because this seems like where I would normally take the elevator down to, at the way the towers have worked up to this point. They added that in after the fact to have kind of a clunky tutorial segment. It's really fucking weird. Doing this for 11 years and playing like 1,100 games, I feel like I've got a sense for like, this doesn't feel like this was always here. This got like spliced in later after the fact. I guess I can't always prove it, but... Games do it all the time, though. Just occurred to me that the scan pacing improved. Wonder what's gonna happen in here. Zelios, you say? Fusion with the Metroid has made it uncontrollable. Okay, I've seen this boss before. I can't name it. Oh my god. If every boss in this game has a butt stomp, I'm gonna laugh. So far, it's like 4 for 4. Some of them try to conceal that it's a butt stomp, or it's like, oh, no, 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 this is, you don't get it. This is a plant monster, and it's like sweeping its vine across the ground. Like, you know, it's a butt stomp. Remind me the controls for dashing is weird. I like that that launches and then pauses for a second to give you time to react. This fight's a little underwhelming, I think. The basic idea is fine, but I think it's kind of overstaying its welcome a bit. Could have like a third of the health and be fine. I think the rapid fire might be better than the missiles. I don't know. Pay attention. dodge that one. I like to be able to do something during this phase other than just dodge, right? If I just spam dodge, it seems degenerate with the other attack that I have to spam dodge on. Whoa, what the fuck? I didn't realize I was so close to dead. Well, that's annoying. Mission mailed. Long fight. Pain. No skip cutscene? Oh, there it is. Bro. Yeah, the solution to that is to just spam dodge. I need to destroy more of the walls just to get more healing and shit, I guess. He has a lot of attacks where he just doesn't take damage at all. I think rather than trying to land the missiles, I should just like spam regular shots on him a lot. I think that's actually faster because I can do missiles whenever I get a big swath open like that. I'm kind of disappointed at how effective it is just spamming regular shots. I think it might be the same DPS as missiles, or maybe slightly worse, but the fact that you're always doing damage versus risking the missile hitting a piece of armor makes it probably better on average. I'm not really clear on his constant laser damage. That's what killed me last time. I didn't realize he was hitting me during that. He occasionally has phases that a bit of speedrunner can fit in some extra damage. Maybe interesting. Yeah, this is the same. Like, it looks like it's a very different attack, but the solution is still spam dodge, essentially. Ouch. Not the biggest fan of this boss. Serviceable, I guess, but... die again. Kind of a lame fight, to be honest. Psychic boots. Okay, well, I don't remember where any of those are, so... Unfortunately, I feel like the little places where I saw upgrades earlier were too sparse. It's not going to be fun to go back through the game. I guess if you're going to do it, to go back to the game and collect all the upgrades, you'll want to do it at the last possible second so that you have every single upgrade, so you're not having to pass through those areas repeatedly, right? I think there's an art to, like, pacing the, oh, I gotta come back to that backtracking secrets. Let's see. Gaze at the statue's forehead. Second Triforce piece. We have these special platforms. Oh, that's nice of them to not make me do it every time. I was about to be really annoyed. I think it's kind of unfortunate that, like, they can only be conjured into being at specific locations designed for that. Is this a secret? It's a bona fide actual thing that I can get slightly early here. I think this game had these. Maybe I've walked past like 50 of them, but I'm usually on the lookout for shit like that. Now I'm like, are there other secrets? Is this supposed to be a hassle? I feel like it would like lock in immediately when I got close to it. There it goes. Scan amiibo. I wonder if they limit your speeds for practical reasons. Like they're not using their rendering tricks that they use in the open world when you're here or something. Oh, that looks like there might be a secret there. Hold on. Like, only if I launch... Okay, hold on. See if I can get any boost here. I feel like I should be able to do this with my current power-up, so maybe they don't want me to. Well, they don't want me jumping on this, apparently. Slip slide right off it. Let me see if I can get to it from the other side, I guess. No, not from up there. Alright, well, whatever. Kenzie appears to have shut up. He's baffling. Like, as soon as they introduced him, I'm like, is this just going to be the game from now on? And then he's like really, really like maximally annoying to the point where it feels like it's a bit for like 10 minutes. And then he's gone. And then he's like a little annoying when he calls you like 3 more times, but he's mostly shut the fuck up. So it's like, why is he even here then? Like, that's weird. I feel like maybe a better way to do that is to have him show up and then be like, haha, just kidding, and then he like gets crushed or something, or his voice box gets destroyed and he can't talk anymore. The way they did it is like the weirdest combination of all worlds. It's like, are you doing a bit or not, right? 'Cause it seems like it's supposed to be a bit. Alright, well that's much stronger than my weapons. Was I supposed to fight that stupid, cube boss? In motorcycle form? These things need to like snap you in if you're within like a, yeah, they do it, but they need to snap you in much more aggressively. Since I'm going to be streaming late today, I'm going to feed the kitties a little bit early. They had a early lunch, so they're starving. Once I get out here, I'll pause and do it. That's pause. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue here. Okay, I am the opposite of enthused about driving around this place. This doesn't seem like a fun time. Great. At least it'll make you fully scan both of them. It's one of those things that requires electricity, which I don't have. Okay. I think this game very badly needs to mark. Oh, I can make my own markers, can't I? Maybe only in this area. I should have been marking this whole time. Oh well. So at least by letting you create your own markers, it's better than Metroid Prime 2. I thought there was going to be like bumping music when I came back here, like add a bunch of instruments. It's just like quiet and empty. Supposed to be an amiibo that gives you music at the desert? That's absurd. This would be way better if there was like some kick-ass Phendrana Drift style, you know, Metroid Prime music. I was like, the soundtrack's kind of underwhelming, and then I really like the last level, the like Storm Factory, Storm World Motorcycle Factory that's like literally right next door to the desert. I guess we teleported there, but this is like, I can't believe this is real. I can't. I'm kind of in shock at the moment. I'm not really processing it yet. We talk a lot about kind of empty, lame open worlds. I wonder how much work they put into this that they couldn't just like cut it, right? They had to know that like people were going to see this and it was going to be embarrassing. Well, that one actually gave me a marker. And that one gave me a marker. Question is how much of this, they made it out that the green crystal stuff is not optional, so how much of it do I need is the question. I feel like another thing you can do, in addition to desperately needing music, you could also like try to put some really, really fucking pretty things in the skybox, but this is like, I'm shocked. I can't believe this is actually real. I'm not really able to deal with it at the moment. Embarrassing is the best word I can use to describe it. Like, I think if it was going to be this lacking in stuff, maybe that's fine, but you need to make it like 1/10 the size then to hide how little there is to do here. But driving the thing doesn't feel fun enough to justify this. They must have had a really big sunk cost problem where they like sunk a ton of time into the motorcycle and then just didn't really have any ideas for it for actual traversal. What wouldn't surprise me is that they had a much more like ambitious idea for traversal, that it had all of the different biomes like really connecting to each other on a giant map and you were driving this thing all over the place, and then they couldn't make it work, so at the last second they had to replace it with like teleports to those zones. I mean, they're like, well, we put all this work into the fucking motorcycles, so we got to do something, but what can we do that's not going to take, you know, thousands upon thousands of hours of dev time and delay this game by months or years? I guess this, but holy fuck. Banging music would definitely improve it. This might be the worst piece of content to have no music of all time. I can think of a lot of other things where it's like, well, it has music, but if you cut the music, it wouldn't really be that big of a deal. Like, the silence is fucking deafening. It's actually making the place feel even more empty than it actually is, and it is actually very empty. Just to be clear, it's not like an illusion. These green crystals barely count as content. This should have been cut. They should have kept the motorcycle and been like, you know what, we're just going to use it for some very specific, like, dungeon sequences. This desert idea is too embarrassing to put in the game. We just need to cut it. It's going to shorten the length by 20 minutes or 30 minutes or however long you're intended to spend here, but... I am shook, as the kids say. Having to experience all those stages of grief very quickly here. Like, there's no way this can be real, right? Like... Oh, it is. They're not joking. I'm gonna drive all along the perimeter here. There's like nothing to do out here other than drive over green crystals. Holy fuck. Are there some enemies that just spawned? Dude, they went to all this trouble to give me these, like, abilities to attack and stuff, but the place is just completely empty. Reminded of like the Xenoblade Chronicles X desert, which is kind of like the opposite problem. It's like maximalist, right? There's too much fucking shit, and it ends up being a like an exercise in finding a needle in the haystack, because like most of the stuff there is a waste of time. But at least it's like really visually impressive, and there's just a lot going on, and a couple different things to do, even if most of them aren't worth doing. Holy fuck. Is it at least like a thing I can climb on? Oh my god. A thing to kind of do, maybe? Are you telling me I have to come back with some kind of power-up later? A diffused oscillation blast wave can pulverize it. Okay. I'm not looking forward to when I don't have green things to break and have to drive back here manually. It's not going to be fun. I feel like if you're gonna do the amiibo thing, that's fine. Maybe make it so the amiibo lets you play any song in the game while you're driving, but like you gotta have a default song to play here. It's fortunate the rest of the game isn't like this, because the rest of the game is fine. This is... Bad isn't even fair, it's embarrassing. Go would almost be less insulting if the green crystals didn't exist, if it was just this big empty desert.
Have you located any teleport keys? If you're not sure where to go next,
Shut up, Mackenzie. At least I don't think any... I think all these crystals are a one-time pickup. It's like there's not like an infinite number of these, so you do have to break them all at least once. But like getting up here kind of felt like a secret, but it's just more green crystals, right? Borderline worst case scenario. I'm sad because this isn't even like funny bad. This is just, it's sad. I feel bad for, this is retro, right? I feel bad for them because like the team has to have known that this was not going to be received well. Like I don't think this is like a company hubris thing where it's like, oh, we've made amazing games, we can do no wrong. Like this has to have been a massive compromise on whatever their original vision was. I wonder if that's why the pacing of the first couple areas is kind of weird. And like really focused on teleports because they wanted to introduce this much sooner in the game and then couldn't and didn't want people's first impression of the game to be this. Like, well, let's at least give some of the higher quality content like the dungeons some time to shine first, even if it means we have to restructure things kind of awkwardly. There's exactly one of each kind of... Oh my god. Exactly one of each kind of thing spread out across the map. Okay, that one at least gets a marker. I'm just gonna stay on the perimeter until I get back to where I started. This makes my heart ache for the developers. This makes me really sad for them. I think this game needed to bake for another year, but it had already been delayed so many times. They probably were like, no, 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 this has to be the release date. It has to come out within X months of the Switch 2 launch, right? Done or not. I think what's funny about, like, you know, an open fucking disaster like Final Fantasy 13 and any of its sequels, or Sonic 06 or whatever, is just like the evident hubris, right? Where they like think it's gonna be so awesome. Other M. Okay. Well, this is something at least. I need to save all my missiles, apparently. What is the point of that? Oh good, I don't need missiles to bust those. Okay. Oh, I know there's a missile expansion here. Oh, I see. Yeah, this just makes me feel really bad for the devs. That's kind of a cool secret, though. So I'm supposed to be able to get back there somehow, but... Unless if I opened a door from another side that I'll be able to get to later, maybe? From like somewhere else entirely? Source of Spring Shrine. Because this almost feels like, you know, a Breath of the Wild shrine, maybe. And then they just don't have enough of them around the map. Oh, man. Okay. Tempted to go find some like bumpin' Metroid music from a different game and play it just to have something, right? That's what you do the amiibo. You make it so it lets you play music from other Metroid games or something when you're driving around. Be less silly. Do not have the required ability. Okay. Triple question mark. This game seems very, very, very similar to Alan Wake 1. I know I just coincidentally happened to have played that, but almost the same problem where it was like conceived as an open world game, and then during development they realized it wasn't working, and at the last minute tried to salvage their assets to like turn it into a more conventional action game with like distinct stages, but then tried to recover as much of their open world assets as they could. Because like I could see a version of this that's, I mean, it would be annoying to have yet another game that's basically Breath of the Wild, but I could see a version that's more like Breath of the Wild that's a little bit more interesting. But it feels like they tried to do that and were only able to get like 5% of the scope that they were going for and just had to bail, which is really sad. But I think that this Borderline would have been better to have just not shipped. Just find a way to completely cut this and save the bike for dungeon stuff. Hey again, Bucky. How you doing? Resident Evil 100% completion. Like that's when you definitely don't want to hear. You don't want to be in the desert anymore. That's painful. I feel like that's like a salt in the wound thing. I wonder how that even happened. I imagine people have like icky conspiracy theories about that, but imagine it's just like a really, really, really unfortunate oversight in the structure of the game. No, I don't have any ice. At least I get a little cookie for coming here early. Games had a distinct last of those. Fuck. They really do not want you trying to jump on things that clearly aren't designed to be jumped on. Is this place gonna get music eventually, I hope? Sec. Use caution when approaching. Okay. I guess maybe I'm allowed to visit the other Zelda dungeons in whatever order I like, although maybe there's some abilities that would make them easier. Not getting through there. Okay, I got classic Metroid lava area music. I'm speculating here, but I think that early versions of this game probably gave you the motorcycle pretty much immediately. And that they like scrambled to change the beginning of the game, having you teleport to a couple of these areas. It looks like the areas are still physically on the map. When I was driving around on the desert, I could see like the jungle tree in the distance, right? It must have been like this can't be people's first impression of the game, or they're gonna turn it off, right? Maybe if they get there at hour 3.5, they'll be invested enough that they'll put up with it. But I think they really should have cut it. Cornicite ore, high-powered explosives. Okay, super missiles maybe. When this thing is speed limited, it's like barely faster, if faster than walking. To the point where I feel like they just shouldn't let you turn it on anywhere that's speed limited. You come back here with ice missiles maybe. Psychic ice missiles. Rude. Just trying to do a thing where they're like, okay, you're not supposed to do this yet, I guess. I think most of the containers you can blow up do not need to be scannable. Or shouldn't have unique scans, at least. Okay. Everything kind of feels like Star Fox Adventures, and that things have more health than I feel like they should have. I have to go back and play Prime 1 to see if that was also a problem in that game, but I think things need to die like 3 times faster. Maybe they do eventually. Like, it feels like missiles take forever to fire, take forever to hit their enemy, and then do, like, piddling damage compared to just mashing shoot. Cool way to imply you can roll in there. It's kind of cool. Fire chip. A Galactic Federation engineer level 4 or higher can modify this chip. Communication not available. Well, fortunately for us, I know such an asshole. I'm surprised he didn't call me the instant I got it. I feel like I see upgrades fucking everywhere. Maybe I can get that one already. Oscillation blast, okay. Oops. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to press that button. It takes forever once you press it. Oh, you just mark the whole area. Okay. Kind of annoying. So can y'all just give me the upgrade, though? Do we need to bring Miles into this? Kind of a weird way to get an upgrade, though. Okay. And don't come back until you get the ice beam. I guess that's kind of a neat way to be like, yeah, you are correct to be leaving right now. There is actually nothing else to do here. Yeah. Yeah, green energy crystals. As soon as I saw that name, I'm like, was that like the internal development name? You don't want to call it like, you know, Psyche Emeralds or something, right? Literally anything else. I said, I wonder what the original game was like if this is after they canceled it, right? And this is the one that Nintendo was okay with launching. forget what direction I was going. Okay, must be where I can still see green crystals.
Looks like you found some more technology in flip. I'm pretty good with machines. Want to bring it back to base camp so I can take a look?
Can I like fast travel for the love of Christ? I sure can't, can I? Holy fuck. Okay. Well. I'm really worried about these crystals and how many I practically need. I wonder if Miles McKenzie is like a sin eater. If he's like an act of defiance by the team, he's like a game NPC equivalent of like Alan Smithy, right? Because when you first meet him, it's like so over the top. It's so obvious that like this is not Metroid, right? Like this is the antithesis of Metroid. If someone was going out of their way to make fun of Metroid and make something that's its exact opposite as a joke, this is what you would do. Is Miles McKenzie in the game as like a way for them to kind of protest this even being allowed to be released, right? Because it's really unfortunate, because behind every game, especially every like unsuccessful game or game that's unfinished or whatever, there's always like a story that we will never be privy to, because you can't go do an interview and like throw your boss under the bus, throw your publisher under the bus, because you'll get blacklisted from the industry. So we can only really speculate. Like there'll probably be a, you know, Matt McMuscle's what happened about this game in 10 years. Maybe sooner. But oh my god, a thing for exploring. Like some kind of video game. If we conceptually understand Miles McKenzie as like an act of defiance. I really wonder if Retro is called in an emergency. Is like the comparison to The Hobbit more apt than I was thinking, right? That it's like they really just had no interest at all in doing this. They didn't have any particular ideas. Nintendo just like offered them enough money or something, or some other kind of arrangement. It's like, it needs to get done. You need to do it. We know you'll do it competently. But it's really sad, and it's sad brackets empathetic, not sad brackets, you know, I'm dunking on it and think that it's funny. It's not funny. I wouldn't want this to happen to anybody who's passionate about making games. Okay, so we have finished driving all around the perimeter, so that's nice. Hit this really quick. feel like there's a movie that's had a character like Miles McKenzie that's like in there as an act of defiance. I know there's definitely been some studio mandated sequels that the creator was not interested in making. Matrix 4, right? The Matrix 4 is basically the Wachowski sisters being told by Warner Brothers, like, you need to make a sequel, and if you don't, we're going to make one without you. And so Lana Wachowski makes a okay, fuck you sequel, right? This isn't like an okay, fuck you sequel. Like, there's still a game in here, and there's a couple parts that are kind of inspired and have some good ideas, but... Psychic Lasso. Gremlins 2 is another one. Although Gremlins 2 is great. But that's also a fuck you sequel. I don't want to make this, so I'm gonna make it a joke.
Come back to base camp and show me what you found in Flarepool.
Actually pressing that button. Just a purely hex-based marker system. Oh my god. I don't think it would be that much to ask to let me, like, finally place the map markers instead of it having to be by hex, but okay. I haven't read any of the discourse about this game. I didn't look at Metacritic. I had no idea what to expect going into it. I'm already... The thing that I'm terrified of is that this game is getting the standard capital G gamer response, which, like I was talking about earlier, is to imagine that, like, things that are wrong with this game are because Retro slipped on a banana peel and accidentally put it in the game. And it's like, no, they know what the fuck they're doing. Like, if this happened, they knew it was bad, right? They have agency. Your default reaction, I think, should be, like, pity. Like, it, like, kind of connects into the jungle here. Yeah, because you only teleport to the jungle initially. Only eventually do you realize, oh, technically the jungle was actually connected to a big open map the whole time, just not at the beginning. That's really suspicious to me. I think I'm right. Goes to the Temple of Memory, which isn't where I want to go. It's still really pretty, right? Like... Weird. They really are gonna make me hoof it, aren't they? Holy fuck. Guess this would be fine if there were, like, significant things to do on the way back. I guess I should look for psychic boots. There was one in this area pretty early on. I feel like one of the things I was really impressed with Metroid Dread is the way that it concealed the backtracking, so it didn't feel like you were backtracking. But you have to backtrack. That's like fundamental to what a Metroidvania is. But it's so arbitrary here to be like, oh, we're not going to give you the fire upgrade. We're going to make you go talk to dipshit first, right? So there's like no effort at concealing the backtracking, right? Like it's just an illusion that needs to be actively and deliberately created. One second, I'm having a weird issue in OBS. Y'all watching, does everything look like smooth and 60 frames per second from your perspective if you're watching on source quality? In OBS, it's looking like it's hitching a little bit, but sometimes it's just the display and it goes to stream fine. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's like my OBS preview window sometimes will only preview at 30 FPS. Well, that's something new I can do at least. Okay. Really hoping we don't have to backtrack to him too many times. Environment's really pretty. It makes the desert that much more stark. I think this game's desert is the closest I've seen to a piece of content being functionally abandoned, right? Like, I feel like they must have realized when they were scoping the game, like, we cannot spend any time making this look nicer, adding any really substantial content to it. Like, you know, they've got their internal defect or issue tracker or whatever. And they just have to reject every issue associated with the desert and be like, nope, it's just, we're not going to do it. Yeah, it sucks. Just leave it as bare bones as possible so it still technically works. Spend our resources on the levels that are good, right? Just anticipate that people are going to hate the desert and try to make the rest of it salvageable. What it feels like. feel particularly compelled to fight enemies, which is never a good sign. It was probably a good decision. They probably could have made the desert, like, 30% more interesting, which would still be dog shit, just to be clear. At the expense of spending more time on these other areas, which is where the game is, it's better. Let's go straight. So it was probably wise to just be like, this is a lost cause. Just, like, put the fucking green crystals in there and nothing else. No, when are the Game Awards?
Welcome back, Samus. Come on, show me what you found in Flare Pool. All right, what do you got?
It was a pretty long and naked backtrack with, like, one extra thing to do.
Okay, let me analyze it. Lemoyne Tech is really interesting. Oh, this is fascinating. I see. This program converts the energy that the device emits into thermal energy and highly amplifies it. If I tweak it and integrate it into your arm cannon, you should be able to use another new shot type. Ta-da! Give her a try.
Yeah, there was the thing on the way out, assuming they make me walk all the way back out. Briefly burning and melt ice.
A fire shot. You can shoot projectiles with extremely high temperature, so I bet targets will burn or melt when they're shot. If you find anything else, bring it in to me. I'm dying to do more experiments.
Oh, that's bad sign. Fire shot, incredible name. And yeah, that's like literally just called a fire blocker. They seem like dev placeholders. You require electricity, I think. Kind of boring, but it works, I guess. Electric lock. Electric blocker are we gonna get? Okay, thunder blocker. Ice blocker? Okay. Man. Oh, geez. Only lit by a flame that has passed through the eye of the ring. Okay. And then there's going to be other elements in this room, I take it. Okay. All the way out of here now. I guess maybe the launcher thing takes me outside where he is. I don't have to walk through the whole area. Yeah, I would maintain, I don't think this game is bad. It's fine. It is my fear. It's fine, and it's unfinished. It's clearly not what they were capable of doing, sadly.
I'll be here.
It either needed to get canceled or spend more time in the oven. It definitely, the desert needed to be cut. I think that maybe this would work better if the desert was totally cut, but I'm guessing that it's like so intrinsically tied to so many other things. Like I would hazard that either the final boss or some of the bosses near the end are themed around using the motorcycle. And so like, well, if they give you a motorcycle, you got to be able to drive it around somewhere, right? I didn't realize you couldn't backtrack here the first time. It's kind of interesting. So I assume cutting the desert was discussed as a possibility, but just wasn't possible. I guess they've continued their trend of each Metroid Prime game is a little bit worse than the last one. 3 was never like, it never had anything that was like as outwardly obviously objectionable as the desert in this one. Like, it was mostly just like tonal stuff. I didn't like that there were so many other NPCs to talk to and the like. I didn't realize how many anti-backtracking ledges there were in here. That's kind of interesting. Is the fire thing? I didn't mark it. I should have. 'Cause I thought I was going to pass through it no matter what. I think when I went through here the first time, I accidentally took a really long route. Let me check really quick. Let's go right here. Yeah, I think I did. Okay. Another anti-backtracking ledge there. Thing I'm thinking of was in here somewhere, I think. Yeah, here it is. Shot expansion. Okay. Fortunately, this path is long as fuck. And just had the one reward in it. So we don't want to go to the base camp. We want to go straight here. Is in here anything? I think there was a pickup here originally. Ow. Not a great backtracking experience there. We gotta find wherever the ice zone is, I guess. Weird loading screen. I'll check that Temple of Memory thing. It might be a shortcut to get to where he is, but I had to go through there at least once to get a couple of the new power-ups I had access to. Acid Rain? Okay. Do they drop green energy crystals? Okay, there's at least one fire blocker. I wish they didn't call it fire blocker on the map. That really feels like a placeholder. I have been up there before. Such a like boring lock key relationship there too, right? It's not like, you know, you have to burn away some vines or something. Okay. Next zoom. Let's see if I left behind any other obvious fire blockers. Ice blocker, flare pool, which we know we can't do yet. So why don't we go to this one, or maybe this one, because we didn't actually check what the area was. I feel like if you lean into the this isn't really a Metroid game, it's a Zelda game thing. So like, if that's true, then this area is basically Hyrule Field from Ocarina of Time, which is fine. Like, you could do Hyrule Field, but it needs to be 1/10 the size. Like, Hyrule Field is a very small area, right? Wonder if they even couldn't like shrink it significantly. Hyrule Field is like incredibly traversable without Epona, and if you have Epona, it's slightly faster, but it doesn't. You could just play the whole game without ever summoning Epona and be fine, right? It's clearly designed to be traversed on foot first, so having a mount is just like a bonus. But here it's like this place would be miserable to traverse on foot. So it has a like a minimum required size to justify the motorcycle. Keeps track of hexes you visited, but there's the version of a concept that works, but this ain't it. Especially with there being no music. I feel like if they tried to have Breath of the Wild shrines out here, they would need to respect Metroid rules. You couldn't completely restructure the game the way that Breath of the Wild did and say we're just going to give you all of the abilities from the beginning, right? So you can do anything in any order. You would have to have most of the shrines hard require, at least we get music when an enemy shows up. They have to hard require upgrades, but then like the game just kind of becomes visit all the shrines. Oh, you don't have the upgrades for this one. You better mark what you need and come back to it later. Like that doesn't sound fun either. So I could have looked on the horizon and see if I saw a icy peak or something in this direction. Big ass elevator. What a cool machine. There's a lot of work from the artists in this game that didn't go to waste, I think. Like, this game isn't a complete waste, and I think that it would have been a shame to have canceled it with all of this working as well as it does. Okay, I assume the fire beam is going to help me here. Even the name teleporter keys is kind of boring. Yeah, suit looks cool. It's a reasonable secret. The game is very far from being unredeemable. I think this game is tragic. Does not open from this side door. Kind of hear music in the distance starting in. Kind of a Padrana drifts. I feel like all of the different levels here are like, they're different planets. It's wild, this is all on the same planet. I mean, they could all be on the same planet, but they're all accessible from this same, like, desert. I guess, you were planet hopping in Metroid Prime 3, right? Look at electricity here. It'd be nice to get ice here, but it seems obvious. Just mark the whole room. Okay, very helpful. Really? This big ass fucking field? It's a ridiculous number of wolves. Ultimately want to go west. Maybe I'm actually just supposed to wait until this ends, I guess. This is too much. I think there's too many of them. The combat set piece is a cute one, but because most of them aren't real, and that's a wall that I can't walk through. Okay. So they really just want me to fight these for a while, huh? I'm getting overwhelmed. I don't have enough resources here. Thank you. I wonder if that goes faster if you just let them damage you. Is this a thunder blocker? It sure is. Weird, yeah. I think the premise of survive for a while and then someone will rescue you is kind of cool, but like the choice of it being a bunch of wolves, like a comical number of wolves, like it's too many wolves to take seriously, right? I feel like there's a way to do a you're not supposed to be able to win this, just survive for as long as you can set piece in a way that the player understands implicitly, like what okay, I'm not supposed to win this. Just try to stay alive. But the wolves like weren't difficult. There were just too many of them and it felt weird. You have to have like something break out of the ice or something, I guess. Like some kind of ice kraken, tentacles springing up everywhere. There, you know, starts out with just a couple tentacles and then more and more spring up, and then it's clear that because like it starts with there being too many wolves. It needs to like ramp up, right? More characters.
All clear. I never thought I'd meet the legendary bounty hunter, Samus.
In a place like this.
Man, I don't want to see your face.
Corporal Rieger Tokabi. Fed sniper. Herc Unit Delta.
Okay.
It's good to finally cross paths with you. But tell me, where are we? We were deep in gunfire. I lost visuals, then woke with a busted comms unit. And
It's so wild that like they separate you from all the humans and you're isolated. And they're like, yeah, but there's like a few people here, I guess, whatever.
The only thing I could get operational was the gun. That's it. Then I see this here. What do you make of it? You were able
activate this. A map of the facility. But it's corrupted. Ah, you want to go there. In that
They seem to want to have their cake and eat it
elevator is
too.
the only way down, but the power's offline. One moment. There. That must be the generator room. I think we can bring it back to life. All right, you have the map. I'm no good with this leg, so I'll have to keep an eye on you from here. Luck be with you.
And also with you. This place slightly justifies referencing the map.
That is one powerful turret.
If we're gonna have other characters to talk to, I cannot conceive of a kind of character less interesting to me than random fucking Marines. Like, holy shit. You know, other bounty hunters, alright, you know, whatever the local alien race is, like in Metroid Prime 2, sure. Rather not, to be honest. But if you hold a gun to my head and say I have to have one... Metroid Dread, I think, handled it pretty perfectly. There was a little bit of dialogue. There were a couple places where you kind of needed to have it, but it wasn't overbearing. It wasn't stupid. It certainly wasn't fucking Other M, right? Snow Roach. Yeah. One. Two, like one being an engineer and one being a sniper, don't care. Don't care. Come on. Like Metroid Prime 3's big thing is that you were talking to the mother brain computers. It was kind of a neat idea. They're like, okay, so what is mother brain exactly? Why is the boss of Metroid 1 and Super Metroid this big brain thing? I was like, well, what if they built these like organic computers, the Aurora units? Okay, that's... I don't hate it necessarily. I mean, I would rather not have it, but again, if we're gonna do it, at least it's not completely stupid and boring. It's in this case, I suspect that the inclusion of Miles and maybe even this character is like an act of defiance by the studio, but given that they clearly demonstrate that they know that Miles is antithetical to what this game should be in his introduction. But that might just be copium. I don't know. I'm still open to the idea that it's a bit or that it's like an act of self-sabotage because it's like there's no way that they didn't know how it would be perceived. But it's still, regardless of whether they're doing it on purpose, like I don't understand how the like loneliness and isolation and like eeriness isn't universally considered like foundational to Metroid's identity. I know people like that's borderline become a meme. Unfortunately, it's like a Dark Souls 2 is just dudes in armor level take that like Metroid's supposed to be about isolation, and why don't they ever do that? Why are there always these talking NPCs? Like, but I think honestly, like that is what makes Super Metroid a special game. You boot into that game, it's got the creepy There's like the creepy music that's playing. There's like the thunderstorm. Like everything is empty. There aren't any enemies to start with, right? You go into the little facility and it's like totally abandoned. You don't see the space pirates for a while. Like maybe that's just like a weird accident of history that they made that game and it happens to feel kind of like eerie and creepy and lonely. And sure, maybe you should say that that doesn't necessarily always need to be the way that it is, I guess, but I don't know. Like, it's something that's totally consistent in every FromSoft game. You know, FromSoft games have now been a very large variety of settings. You've got Bloodborne feels really different from Dark Souls, is not that different from Demon Souls, but is pretty different from Sekiro, right? And they also kind of have that same general tone of this is like this dying world. There are people to talk to, but, you know, they're crazy, going crazy. Collected TK codes. Okay. Okay, so I need to get the psychic grapple. I've heard that Metroid's not particularly popular in Japan. It's like the Nintendo franchise that's always done better in the West than in Japan. So maybe there's not like, there's no one who really cares. Data down into the logbook. Priest Chitoya, keep having the Griever anomaly. Griever like Final Fantasy VIII. It's insane to me to imagine that Super Metroid is like that as like a weird fucking accident. Metroid 1 kind of feels like that too, but Metroid 1's also really janky and kind of maybe not buggy, but not as tightly designed.
I patched into the facility speakers.
Oh, it's cute that he uses the speakers instead of talking into your headset.
Use them to communicate. I noticed that several rooms were unlocked at once. That was you, wasn't it? Nice.
I'll learn the code later, though.
Proceed with caution. You never know what's lurking.
Eyes are open, I see. Yeah. Outer Wilds is a game that feels like Super Metroid feels. Okay. I like that this zone feels pretty different from the other zones I've been to. Like all the doors work differently. It's a bit more like story focused. It's a little bit slower. It's cool. Gifts. It'll be our savior at some point in the future. I bet that's me. Psychic lasso. It's not a grappling hook, it's a lasso. Come back here so you can use this, okay. Yoke. Do the last TK code back here. Physical force is required. Pulling it slightly breaks it, but like an explosion would not. Okay, whatever you say, game. At least that was an optional upgrade. Might be that room of the marker. Let's see. Maybe I just missed scanning it in one of the rooms over here. Maybe I can do more stuff now that I have the grabby thingy. The lasso. Nothing in these rooms. I don't think I want to backtrack. I feel like I should be able to get the other code in this area. Let me check really quick. Miss a trivial scan. Well, there's probably something up here that I can do. I see. That's why that... I was like, what the fuck is with this thing that just appears to be a shortcut? Given I had two different ways to exit this room. Oh, that's not what I needed. I'll take it. Probably it would be a scannable somewhere. Interact with the thing really quick just to make sure it doesn't let me do it with a single TK code. Try going left up here, maybe? No, that was where I got a optional upgrade. That's just a map room. Alright, I'll backtrack. It doesn't seem like I should hear a bit. Must be wrong. I'm worried there's like some weird corner in one of those rooms that I neglected. Offline and locked, you say? There is a grabby hatch near here. Is intended to keep me from backtracking. Probably smart. Probably for the best. Just leave the scanner on because it's probably something I failed to scan. I'll resort to Googling it here in a second. That was the first one I got. It was one of these, like... chambers. There wasn't anything scannable in here that I missed. Really would have thought it would have been in one of these two rooms. Just assuming that it was going to be, like, symmetrical on either side. Hold those down. That would show up as a scannable if it was important. This thing? No, that was the bomb slot. Okay, I will search the other room one more time, and if I don't get it, I will Google it. Right, I can't shoot. I did pull the things off the walls here. This must be it. Okay. I was wondering why it was even letting me do that in the first place. One of them doesn't have a scannable in it. This was scannable the whole time. Okay. I see how it is. This is a Zelda puzzle, I feel like. I've seen this before. Long search is over. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Whatever you're doing, it's working. Keep it up.
More TK codes. Okay. Anxiety. Green energy dosage result. I wish they wouldn't call it green energy, just anything else. Like enough for the art direction to be like, yeah, make these like green energy crystals. We'll come up with a name for them later. One of these is gonna have a TK code in it. At first, I like this zone because I'm like, oh, it feels pretty distinct from the other areas. But now, as we progress through it, I'm worrying that it's a way to like waste a little bit of time because they don't really have a level design concept for the ice world. Big like scan everything in every room challenge, for lack of a better word. Awakening. The best part is still when you turn on the motorcycle factory and then you have to do some cute stuff on the way back up. I thought that was really good. It's powered and restored to the entire laboratory. Okay. One of these doesn't have a TK code. Melted using high temperature tools. That's me. Oh, had a TK code. Okay. Analysis. No significant differences between them and us. What is going on? Okay, they like elves have been turned into orcs, kind of a thing. Still applaud the attempt to make this part feel pretty different, but as I'm going through it, I'm starting to be concerned that it's like this to save money rather than to be different. But I don't like hate having this section. It's a little bit eerier. It's more about scanning than combat. A little bit of combat, but that's not really what this section's about. It's totally fine. Kind of disappointed in the number of upgrades in this game that are basically just the lock key and don't do anything else. I mean, you can't avoid that. That's going to be the case in every Metroidvania at some point, but the lasso is basically just, it opens lasso locks and it doesn't really have any other function. Genes that would have stayed pseudo genes are transcribed. Locked a blocked evolutionary branch. The great tragedy was one possible evolution of one potential future. I wish this place had sweet music though, because like the desert, just kind of playing this eerie sound constantly. It's like Super Metroid soundtrack is very ambient, but it's not like purely ambient, right? It's not just little environmental sound effects and that's it. Fuck is this thing? A little freaky. I really like the look of their tech. We don't see too much of it actually. It's like very like flower inspired. Very Georgia O'Keeffe architecture. Okay, that's kind of cool. The art direction for this game is really good. Hey, appreciate that, Dooms of Love. Yep. And it's another TK code. very much. I'll get you added back into the sub-block queue. Is there any game you'd like to see me play for like an hour? You might have some bank time from years ago, but I'll have to double check. I think the TK codes weirdly undercut this, if that makes sense. It like, I mean, I don't know how else you would do it. Basically what they're saying is we want you to inspect all of the like cool atmospheric story stuff we did in this area. But we don't want to like literally just track that you scanned everything. So we're going to effectively track that you scan everything by having an arbitrary thing give you a TK code to tell you scan everything on the ground. But I think if you just like went through this area and you could explore as much as you liked and it wasn't blocked by scanning, it would feel a little bit better. It wouldn't feel like they're like trying to force this as hard, if that makes sense. The lighting looks really cool. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, the art direction for this game outside of the desert is like 10 out of 10. It's really good. Melt using high temperature tools. Okay. Wonder if those like locked things are ever going to open, or if they lock them because there's cut content behind them. I feel like it would be kind of annoying to have to re-explore this entire place. Maybe it'll be like the motorcycle facility and it'll be completely different once I get the power turned on or something. Pretty scary. It's a cool room. Battery depletion led to specimen's death. Bummer. I think they really should have, oh, now we're getting some music. It's getting a little slightly more intense as we progress. Okay, that's kind of cool. I was wanting to have that happen earlier. Cool. I don't know how you would try to restructure this and cut the TK codes, but I think it would improve it a little bit. How do we get into that room? Must be a way in there. There's a back door once we go through here, perhaps. Resignation. Everyone's thinking the same thing.
Shaman, looks like you made it through another floor. You're getting close to the generator.
Generator's probably going to be my stopping point here. Cool flower architecture. Blue Croc. Yeah, I can start to hear the music in the distance. It's pretty cool. That was a cool way to draw my attention. They actually use those little resource resupply bugs all the time to draw your attention to stuff. It's neat. Oh, cool. It's a cool set piece. Really dig that, actually. This game isn't garbage. Like, it has some really cool moments. It's unfortunate that it's constantly undercut, though. Whoa, that was cool after I jumped. Trying to get my attention with that. This. Oh, cool. I like that with the bridge. It's like a chain. This is great. That was cool. I like that. You are all here to make sure I have ammo to melt the ice, don't you? your deal is. Oh, cool. I like that. That worked beautifully. Currently offline. Ability in low power mode should remain intact for as long as our maintenance tanks look after it. Kind of cool. You turn the power back on and totally recontextualize the dungeon on your way out. This place kind of works. I think the TK codes are a little... They give me the ick a little bit, but... It's in that difficult position where I can't really say that this zone is bad, because it's doing something that feels really different from the other zones I've already done, but... Interesting. Currently offline. Okay, this is a save point. That probably has to be my stopping point. So I guess we'll turn the facility on. Well, maybe I can get on the way out. I have 15 minutes left. And I think we'll finish this next week if the How Long to Beat is accurate. I don't think I've dicked around very much. Lost some time to dying to that boss when it was almost dead. Not able to save our brethren. Hmm. Yeah, it's cool to communicate basically the entire gist of the story about these guys in this level. All through, logs that you can scan instead of like having the NPC that you met talk to you about it. The more I play it, the more the NPCs feel completely extraneous because like they're barely here, so they just shouldn't be here at all, right? They're trying to do a thing with them and have them be really, really present. That's not what they went for. I tend to hate when games have that problem of like they almost removed something but didn't quite, and it's like, well, just go the rest of the way. You're so close. Which is cool. Each turbine has a dedicated slot. It'd be cool if all the music comes in once I turn the power back on. Overwhelmed with helplessness. It sucks for these guys. They're in a really fucking bad time. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. Running the main generator to bring it online. Okay. Yeah, bizarre. I don't know if there were a bunch of different voices involved in this game. The only thing that makes sense to me for the NPCs is if they are like an act of defiance. They're like Alan Smithy NPCs, right? Activate the ones in the back. Okay. I don't have that though. Figured that was gonna happen, but I don't see any other way to get to the other ones to turn them on. They would bother showing me 3 and have them all be running there. Once I get back to the save room, that will have to be my stopping point here. All right, Future Marstead, I'm not convinced that the turbine's all good to go. It doesn't really feel like the facility's powered up as much as it's supposed to, and the little hologram seems to suggest that you're missing something. So I would recommend quickly just Googling to make sure there's not something else you have to do in that room so you don't travel to the other side of the facility and have to come all the way back. But we'll play more Metroid Prime 4. We'll probably finish it next week. I'll set aside time to make sure we can. The game's okay. It's fine, but it's kind of tragic and sad because I don't think they were able to make what they wanted to make, and that's a bummer to see. It's not as bad as Other M. You know, they haven't gone below that bar, but it's a pretty low bar.